safe, and you can see it, it's easy for me to show. But sometimes I'm really brave, and that just means that I'll try again tomorrow. It's my doubt creating mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really want to see that sunrise over the water. I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Among the waves, let them take me as far as they want to go. And it's time for me to say, they won't break me, I'm braver than I know. It's my doubt creating mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really want to see it. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me harder, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. Creating mountains where the valleys used to be. And all the things I thought.
Let's go! Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Don't give up, we can turn it round. We got the fire, we burn it down. Then we'll pop champagne at the back of the club. Then we're back with a sweat, tears back with a blood. How to get it out of mud, kinda like Predator. Get to the chopper, pockets getting fatter, so she call me Big Bomb. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down.
Welcome to America's Cup city of Valencia. It's the big final of the 52 Super Series 2024 season. At the top of the table coming into Valencia, we have Gladiator leading by 8 points. They've won 2 regattas on the trot, just ahead of Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, but also at stake is the Royal Cup. And we caught up with Gigi Parada from Gladiator. So Gigi, how does it feel to be back here in Valencia?
It feels great. King Marine is a great facility. We've been here many times launching our new TPs for the last 15 seasons already. So it's a place we already know properly from the Cup also. So it's good. I like the atmosphere here. I like the setup. So it's all good.
How do we feel about defending this title or the 8-point lead?
I don't think anything different from the previous events. I mean, we are facing 10 races in 5 days, hopefully, and we need to keep doing what we are doing and looking at the points probably by the middle of the regatta. As I said before, it's still 20% of the season to be played, so we cannot start thinking about defending the lead or anything. We need to go there and do our thing the best we can and push as hard as we can, and hopefully it will be enough.
The key processes that you've put in place then, what are they?
Well, just trust and believe and do things in a certain way that whenever you are in the heat of the moment or with confusion, that the process keeps you out of trouble, basically. So gives you a 6 or 7 average points in what you are doing. I mean, in terms of your points. And basically the good thing about the routine or the process is that keeps you out of trouble most of the time. So that's good in a season where every race counts and you have no throwouts. So the average is very important. So I think that's good for us.
How do the weather conditions on the race course sit with your typical strategies?
Well, obviously we come here to Valencia to sail in the sea breeze, and now we are facing a couple days of offshore breeze, so it's going to be tricky and challenging, but also for Maria to decide where to put the race course, and for the teams to decide where to position ourselves relative to the competition. But it's the same for everyone. We are all. It's still a race boat sail, so it's still a race. So we need to go there and try to finish ahead of our rivals.
Just in terms of your kind of homework that you do before you go in the water, give us an insight into what you do in terms of meteo.
Well, we have our meteo team, and we also look at all the different models depending on the time of the year and where we are racing. We trust one or other model better, and we compare to the 2 or 3 different forecasts that we have access to, and then we try to identify which model is coupling or it's predicting better for that day, and try to follow from there. But then that's only for the strategies, because if you want to go right and then you have a bad start and you cannot get to the right, you need to play with what you got. So forecast is something important. So you have a plan, your idea, then obviously you need to execute it properly. And sometimes you have an idea, you execute it properly and pace the other side. So it's, as you know, it's not linear, but having a plan and trying to execute is normally the way to go.
What about having Morgan back in the quantum racing powered by American Magic?
I think it's great to have him back on the fleet. He's a very talented sailor. He's very experienced in this fleet, so for sure he will give an advantage to that team if they are able to couple together and start working together as a team quick enough. So let's see how it goes.
Looking forward to your birthday.
Looking forward to my birthday again, hopefully with the same result as last time in 2019, I think it was. So hopefully we will have a double celebration on Saturday night.
And with the Youth America's Cup running in Barcelona at the same time, we've got 1 or 2 top young sailors involved with that. So Morgan Larson is on board Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, sprinkling his own kind of magic. So Morgan, talk to us about this opportunity you have here with the Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, and Harry is away in Barcelona.
Yeah, it's a special opportunity for me, having been with the Quantum family many years ago, and to be back and filling the big shoes of a young talent. For sure, Harry, he's set the bar pretty high this season, and what an opportunity he has right now up in Barcelona with the Youth America's Cup. And it looks like he's doing a pretty good job there.
What about coming back then for yourself? How does it feel?
It's great. I mean, this fleet's grown. It's gotten more competitive. But to be able to come back and jump in with a team like this is a pretty great opportunity.
Is there more pressure coming in as a helmsman, or would you rather come in as a tactician, or what's your own personal view?
I was lucky to sail with Bernanasek a few years ago as a helm, and prior to that as a tactician. I think I prefer, I'm more comfortable as a tactician, but what an opportunity to line up against some of the talents and some of the great amateur and owner helmsmen of the sailing world.
What about the actual processes then of slotting in? It's a difficult job to come into.
Well, it's difficult only just because of the level of the fleet. But just to come in and sail with this team is easy. Everything's set up, the boat's going fast, and the boat's really well prepared. So for me, it's easy. Just come in and steer and have a good time.
How do you feel about the potential for closing down that 8-point gap and going away with the title?
I think it's on the minds of all the guys who've been, working so hard all season. For me to step in and really not know the history and how it's come along, I'm just lucky to be an opportunity to be, in the hunt to win. So, my goal is to help the guys get what they want.
You're pretty unflappable and cool, calm and collected on the boat. That's got to be a good thing at this time of the season.
Hopefully so. I think there's enough tension in a positive way on board. These guys are hungry and they want it, so I can feel that, and I want to deliver for them.
What about being back in Valencia? As a city you know pretty well, do you, or been here a few times?
It's fun to be here. I was just down the way with the Victory Challenge for a while in 2007, and a rich history of sailing now here, and to be back at this place sailing these boats is really great.
What's your favourite memories of Valencia?
It's getting into town and tasting some of the food, and they have pretty nice wine here too. So hopefully we'll get back in there.
Lying third overall in the standings, Platoon Aviation are the holders of the Royal Cup. We caught up with Vasco.
Yeah.
So Vasco, great to be back in Valencia. What are your memories of being here with the America's Cup?
Yeah, we are 100 meters away from where was my base, let's say, and obviously we had a great time here. First of all, because it was 20 years ago more.
Hard to believe.
Yeah, hard to believe. No, my hair already showed. No, and I think that we spent a nice time because people here are very friendly, food is good, and everything is perfect. And wind especially is something that is difficult to find in other places here in the Mediterranean Sea. So that's it. This event, I think that is great. What we have here in the King Marine Base, these guys prepare something special, and I always say that this harbor is something that is magic for our community. I think that sailing community need to sail here because this is the best place for, let's say, organizing events.
How do you feel about the Platoon program? What's your objectives here this week?
I think that obviously we are learning the boat is a process that we need to accept, and I think that we did quite a nice step forward during the season. Obviously, the new boats wasn't so prepared in the beginning, and now it's getting better and better. And the last event we were on the podium. The really last one, we were even points with the boat that won the event. Now we are looking forward to improve even more, and looking forward to have a next season well prepared in order to be competitive straight away.
Can we win the Royal Cup again?
Why not? Let's. I mean, there are 13 boats that has the same objective.
So welcome indeed to the America's Cup, city of Valencia. We're all ready to go with the first race of the Valencia 52 Super Series Royal Cup. The course is laid. We have a start line pretty much in place, just waiting for the breeze to settle down. But it's all about the final standings at the end of the week. Who's going to win the 52 Super Series title for 2024? At the moment is Gladiator leading with that 8-point margin, with Quantum Racing powered by American Magic coming up in second place at the moment, putting in the big challenge here with Morgan Larson stepping on board, and Platoon Aviation a little bit further behind. I think they're about 20 points behind, and hopefully we can have a quick look at the standings for the circuit at the moment. We see Gladiators say 8 points ahead. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic in second, 160 points, 20 points behind Platoon Aviation. Well, you have to consider that gap is probably too much to close over a 10-race series, but you never ever know, as we saw at the conclusion of last season. Sled, 188 points, pitching for third. They're 8 points behind, as Quantum are behind Gladiator. Allegre on fifth. Interlodge in 6th on 219. They have Paprec 6 points behind on 7th. Alpha Plus in 8th with 228, just ahead of Values. A little battle of the Asian teams, 8th and 9th. Phoenix in 10th, obviously missed the first regatta of the season in 246. Pravetza with a brand new boat coming in on 11th place at the moment. Criolla and Teasing Machine, there are two new teams who joined us in Puerto Portals, pulling up in 12th and 13th and learning all the time. So we're hopefully going to go on the water and join Louise Rancer, our eyes and ears and voice on the water. Louise, it looks pretty light so far. Just having a problem, I think, getting hold of Louise. Louise, are you joining us? And we can see from the images at the moment, it's still fairly light. The forecast today is reasonable, but quite shifty and light initially. But the forecast for the week in general is pretty good. We should say about 15 or 20 knots in the middle of the week. So, Louise, how is it looking? You're on the water.
Andy, I'm here in the water and we're just at the starting line, and I can see a little delay. We're still waiting for wind. So there are two different forecasts. One was coming more from the southwest with lighter breeze, only just
Louise,
up to 8 knots later in the afternoon. And the other forecast was up to 12 knots. And I think we are currently still waiting for wind, but there is a bit of wind, but it still looks quite shifty. So, yeah. We still have to wait to see what is going to happen. At the moment, the boats do all their warm-up. And we have flat water. The sky is partially covered. I think we will say with gradient winds, so it's important for the boats to react on the shifts and to start more at the outsides, because the shifts, the boats are taking the wind, so where there are more boats there is less wind. So ideally in these light breeze and gradient you want to start at one side and or in a low density area, and you want to win that side, because it's more about winning the side than anything else, and it's also not about winning every race, it's about to win the day, to be then the leader of that day, because these gradient winds, they're a little bit, there's a lot of uncertainty and they're not so easy to predict always if the shift is coming back or not. So I think this will be a difficult days for a lot of these boats, but the flat water is making it very nice, so we can see a lot of maneuvers probably, because there won't be such a big maneuver loss. So Andy, I'm excited and I hope we start racing soon. There is wind, I just think it's too shifty at the moment.
In the meantime, let's talk about Gladiator, because Gladiator have done well working the flanks, the corners of the course. How does that play into their strategy to have a race course like this, Louise?
Andy, very good question, and I think it can work well for them. They might need to do a bit more text than we usually see from them, so they really like to start at one side, go for one tack and sail to the upwind mark. I don't think this will work so well today, because there are more shifts you have to take on one upwind. So it will be interesting if they will be always fast enough to then be able to tack, or if with 13 boats there is not so much space on the racetrack as well, so there's a little bit of traffic, so they also need to manage the other boats. But for me, they can have a very, very strong week here, and they are fast in these conditions. But what you also have to consider is that in this flat water it's more easy to sail the boat, so there will be a lot of boats very fast and we will see less difference in the boat speed. So I think we can have tight upward mark approaches, and you need to plan far enough ahead to position yourself to the upward mark, because these are the moments where you can lose a lot or win a lot, Andy.
Indeed, and in general, we get to this last regatta of the season. Everybody wants to finish on a high, and correspondingly, then everybody, I think, generally prepared to risk a little bit more, particularly mid-fleet and upper mid-fleet, would you say?
Yeah, good question, Andy. So I thought again today about how would I sail this race, and I think it's a lot about managing risk. But what I always feel when people speak about managing risk, they always think about, oh yeah, you need to do a lot of tacks and sail through the middle, and I don't think so. It's about to understand where the risk comes from. And for me, in these light winds, the risk comes from to stay in the middle, because then there you have less wind. So this is more risky than actually sail to the outsides. So for me, to minimize risk here today would be more to sail over the outsides, to win your side. So this is what we usually speak in sailing about, to win your side. So win or the left side or the right side, because there will be a moment you need to decide. You can't win it all. And then work from there. And we also speak in sailing about stay in face of the shift, and I think this will be quite important today. The wind looks shifty, so the boat who can react first and better on the shift will also be ahead. And not all the boats will be able to do this, because there are other boats in the way, and they have to manage the fleet and try to then come the best around that course with sailing the less distance.
So the wind axis, as we last saw it, was 230. How does that orientate the course relative to the land for our viewers, Louise?
So here in front of Valencia, Andy, 230 is actually also the wind direction I see at the moment, so southwestern breeze, and it's coming directly from the land. So it's coming from the little mountains we have here in the back of Valencia, from the city of Valencia. Coming to us here, I think we are like 2 miles or 1.5 miles out from the beach of Valencia, and that brings the flat water, so there are no waves, but that also makes the wind a little bit more unstable in the direction and in the pressure, because sometimes we have just 5 knots, and some other moments in gusts we have up to 8 knots. And I think this direction will stay more or less, so I don't think we will have any sea breeze today or anything. It's quite cold. Yeah, it's quite cold, and the water is warm, so not good for sea breeze development. So it will stay with this gradient direction, unstable, tricky, and a lot of tight situations probably, because the boats will go more or less the same speed in this flat water.
So we're just looking there momentarily at Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. What's how do they bring in Morgan Larson into the helming position at short notice coming into this final regatta? How tough is it going to be for Morgan, and indeed the afterguard?
Very good question, Andy, and I think I can tell you more after having seen him racing today. So yesterday
he's had a couple of days practice, and then the practice race yesterday, so they seem to be in the mix very much.
Exactly. So I've seen him yesterday in the practice racing, and he's a sailor with a lot of experience. He sailed the TP52s already a lot in the US and the Grand Lakes, so he knows the boat, he knows how to sail it. He's a great sailor as well, won Olympic medals in the 49er. World Championships in the 49er, and also in many other boats. So he's a very experienced sailor, and then helping the more younger afterguard. I think this can be a great mix, and yeah, I think they're not so far away from winning the season. They have a chance, and we know a lot of things can happen at the final event. Just remembering last year where we saw a crazy final, Andy. So I think they can be a great mix, and I think this first day with these conditions, where it's just about, it will be a lot to do for the tactician and the strategist, and it's more easy to sail the boat in these conditions today with the flat water and lighter winds. So that might be a nice first day here for Morgan, and we see how this develops, Andy, and I think tonight we can see better how easy this beginning was for him, but he's a great sailor and already experienced in the TP52, so I think this will be relatively easy for him, and I think he will do a great job.
But in big pictures, is most pressure on Quantum Racing powered by American Magic today than any other team, do you think? You know, we always say you can lose a regatta on the first day of the... you can't win a regatta on the first day, you can lose it. But is there more pressure on them today, do you feel?
Yeah, Andy, so I think this is a good question, and to win the overall season, I think the system you have here in the TP52 Super Series is an interesting system, that you collect all the points from all the events of the year, and then you have a total, and now they're just 8 points ahead. And if you consider that they were a new team, so they had this mix of the experienced sailors and then the younger afterguard, and I think they can be already very, very happy in the position they are now, being able to win win a season, coming into the final event, being in second place. I think this is already a great success for that team.
Absolutely.
And for me, they should sail here without any pressure and enjoy this final event of the year, and then this will bring them the success they need. Or Gladiator also really had a very strong season, Andy. They won, they're the world champions, they won the last event in Palma, they're great sailors. So I think the cards aren't set yet.
No, of course
it's
not.
open, and both teams have a chance to win.
And in the big picture, we have the Royal Cup, which is this very prestigious cup which is awarded in the 52 Super Series to the TP52 class. It dates back to the IMS 50s from many years ago, presented by some prominent owners at the time, including King Harold. But it's also a big magnet, a big reward for the class. And everybody wants to win that as well. A little bit, I suppose you could call it a consolation prize, but everybody wants to win that.
Yes, absolutely, Andy. And I did a little bit of my homework, so I did some research. Who of the sailors, yes, who of the sailors already sailed here in the America's Cup, in the 32 America's Cup in 2007 in Valencia. And wow, this fleet is full of Cup sailors that already had competed in that America's Cup. So I think on each boat there are at least 2 sailors who had already competed on that America's Cup. So they all know the venue perfectly. They have a lot of experience here. They at least sailed here for 2 years every day. So they know this. For a lot of sailors, it's their second home. When I met them this morning and I asked them, yeah, so how do you feel guys here? Most of them, and especially also Don Cowie, I spoke with him this morning, he told me, well, I almost feel like at home. We were in his old base, so he sailed for Team New Zealand in the Valencia Cup, and he explained me exactly that he still remembers the smell of the hangar we were standing in and the gym, and that was just very interesting. I was 10 years old for the Valencia Cup, so I don't remember it so well anymore, but most of the sailors that are racing here, they remembered exactly, and they can still remember all the feelings they got connected here with that place. And I thought this was so interesting.
Indeed. I mean, obviously there are 3 sailors that we interviewed this morning. We had Guille Parada, who was with BMW Oracle. We had Vasco, who was Mascalzone Latino, and Morgan was with the Victory Challenge. So that's just 3 to name one of the many sailors who were based here for 3 or 4 years and had so many happy memories. But this is about making new memories. In the meantime, we're not getting a start sequence underway. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll come back to you as soon as we have a start imminent.
It's different this time. Let's break on hearts for the fun of it. Look, and I'm dying to run a risk. I'll live in your head for the rest of your life. Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Ooh, oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Ooh, oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? you look surprised when we've done this all before. I'm not sure the highs really make up for the lows. When words don't work and I get hurt somehow, I feel like I'm the worst. Manipulation overload, but babe, this time I'll steal the show. Please listen close. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart. Stop drumming on my heart. Stop drumming on my heart. Out of sync and out of touch, and maybe even out of love. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. Got me black and blue, making me wanna walk. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart.
Single your confusion, great brave woman, laughing to illusion. You're not afraid to die, you know dying is alone. Down or up, you're still alone. Laughing or crying, you roll alone. How do you do it? You know I come from pain. You say I can't complain. It's on me. The past is long gone. In the future's unknown. You are telling me, it's on me. You are telling me, it's on me. He said to be polite. The only way to get what you want, the only way they like you, is to stay in line and follow the crowd. But you stand out black as the night. You know they're all lying. You know I come from pain. You say I can't complain. It's on me. The past is long gone. In the future's unknown. You are telling me, you told me. Climbing to your bright future, even though you're dying. You fell before and you keep on trying. You do it all again, now blinded by beauty. You tell the story as it is, speaking not to be understood. But it's better good. You know I come from pain. Say I can't complain. It's on me. The best is long gone. In the future's unknown. You are telling me, you tell me. telling me, you're telling me. You are telling me. It's on me.
In the bed you sound so musical, in the club you scream. God like gaze, you're so beautiful, but you're not for me. I can't sleep lately, I'm just trying to find peace. Classic melodies, I just wanna be free. I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. And she said, boys out here coming from a mile away, not as sleek as you think. DMs early in the AMs, I'm not Becky from the street. All this time, baby, our love was so deep. You can't sleep lately, but what about me? I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you.
Standing right in front of me, used to be someone to me. You took all of my energy and had some infidelities. The real estate inside my head you took is never coming back, but you said that it wasn't personal. And every time you lied to me, it's like I didn't want to see, cause I thought you were beautiful, and beauty doesn't want to be mischievous and devious and set a fire unto us, but you were never beautiful at all. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked out those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. I guess I should thank you for that. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a walk to a crawl. Had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess I survived you. And that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. I think that I'm over it, but then I see you out again, laughing with the group of friends. There he is, you're holding hands, makes me feel pathetic and a little bit erratic. So I drink till I can't stand, and you know I won't confront you, even though it's all I wanna do. Probably best to just ignore it, both impossible and true. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked all those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. Thank you for that. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a walk to a crawl. Had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess that I survived you. And that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. She loves me not the pedal. shades underneath that moonlight, getting closer. Yeah, that was back when I could call you mine, holding hands, falling into the riptide, over and over. Yeah, we were taking off always running, wasting our days for nothing, singing I love you, with you riding shotgun in my car. Do you remember all of the nights we spent alone? When we were burning the embers, waiting for the sunrise in the morning, bring us home. You know that I do, but tell me, do you remember? There was nothing we were scared of doing when we didn't know the way or where we were going. That was back when forever seemed a million miles away, and we didn't know it. 'Cause we were taking off always running, wasting our days for nothing, saying I love you in the backseat of my car. Well, do you remember all of the nights we spent alone? When we were burning the embers, waiting for the sunrise in the morning, bring us home. You know that I do, but tell me, do you remember? Yeah, do you remember? Tell me, do you remember? Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down.
So welcome back to Valencia then. Things looking a little bit better on the risks area. Looking at the start area, and we have some breeze. We're inside the countdown, and Louise is going to tell us how things look in the start area. Louise.
Andy, so we have until 12 knots, so we have good wind out here. The boat should be full powered. I've heard a lot of jib calls. Most of the teams decided for the J1, so that's the biggest jib these boats are having. And the wind seemed to stabilize a little bit more. The wind shifted 20 degrees more to the right side. Now it's coming fully from the land, so from Valencia city to our race course. We are like 1.5 miles away from the beach. It still seems to be quite shifty as the wind is gradient and coming from the shore. So I think it's so important to be in face of the shifts. And I just wondered, well, if I would be now on that starting line, needing to decide for a plan, how can I do this best? And I think it's important to know the shift range, so how much the wind is actually really shifting, but also the rhythm of the shift. So what we sailors can do sometimes is to understand if the shifts are happening very fast or more slow, so you can kind of start to predict how many shifts there will happen on one upwind, and based on that you can then decide your strategy. And for me, I would try to make sure to leave the starting line with being in face of the shift. So if that means I want to tack, then I should choose a place where I can tack fast. But if I want to continue, I should make sure that I don't have a boat too close leeward of me to kill my lane, so I can sail as long as I want on the tack I want to sail. So or I start on the sides, or I start in the area at the starting line with low density, so with not so many boats around me. And I am curious about what boats can execute this plan the best. So we see Gladiator very often starting more to the extreme side, so on one end, and Quantum Racing starting more in the middle. So I think the strategy I would like to follow can match both of the boats' favorite way to sail this course, Andy. So it would be interesting what will work better. But also we still have light wind, and 12 knots is still not a lot of wind for these boats. So any team can win this race. We've seen this in Palma at the last day, where also the teasing machine as a new team was able to win a race. We had similar conditions, flat water, 12 knots, so it was more easy to sail these boats. All the boats are going more or less the same speed, Andy, so I expect tight racing.
Indeed. Just looking how things are shaping up on the line, looking towards the committee boat end, we have Teasing Machine, Pravitsa, Allegra, Phoenix, Vayu, Platoon, all in the right of the line. More towards the middle we have Quantum and Paprec, and down towards the left, towards the pin end, we have Crayola, Gladiator, Alpha Plus and Interlodge. Interlodge this week steered by Chris Matthews. Few other little changes through the fleet. Alpha Plus have Keith Swinton, the Australian, steering. Leo Takahashi is with Team New Zealand this week, as indeed is Harry Melges, who is with American Magic. So the final seconds, the last 30 seconds. Louise talked to us, we're just watching Gladiator setting up towards the pin end of the line. Quite busy at the committee boat end.
Absolutely, so maybe there's a right shift at the moment that favors this committee side here so much, but Gladiator at the pin end, and now I think we're close to the starting signal, Andy.
Indeed, good start.
And it was a clear start for...
Go on, Louise.
It was a clear start for all the boats. And I'm just here leeward of Gladiator. They started a bit later, but that's not a problem when you start at the pin end. You don't need to be on time on the gun because you have all the space you want. So great executed here by Gladiator again. But to be honest, the best start looked for me from the middle for Interlodge. They started the best for me. Free in space, bow forward to their leeward boat. So they're in a strong position so far, Andy.
Indeed, Gladiator getting away off the line, as Louise said, in space, seeing them off the pin end, which is very, very often their favoured starting strategy. To windward of them, they have Alpha Plus, Crayola, a couple of boat lengths shy of the line, and a little bit slow. Quantum, Louise, have a nice lane. You have Paprec above them and slightly behind. Platoon to weather of them as well. But they have Interlodge just to leeward, as we're seeing on the image just now. So initial credit certainly to Cameron Appleton and the team on the Interlodge.
Yeah, great start by Interlodge. They really nailed that start, and now I can have a better view, Andy, and I can actually see them bow forward to all the other boats, sailing fast. They're heeled and they sail in full power here, and I hope Quantum Racing on top of them can survive as long as they want, but looks good for them. But for me, I would really be happy now being in the boat of Interlodge. I think the sailors can be quite happy there. They're in a strong position now, so if the wind will start to shift back to the left, they will be probably able to go and tack and cross in front of Quantum Racing. So this is exactly the position you want to sail in. Nice.
So on board then briefly with Austin and Gwen Fragaman's team. This is their last regatta in the 52 Super Series, unfortunately. But what a great way to start. On the line, on the gun, and already half a boat length ahead of a Quantum Racing Power by American Magic to windward. Let's have a quick look at the start of Platoon. Platoon presently in fifth, just the weather of the main group going to the left, so they're to the weather of Paprec, Interlude, Sled and Alpha Plus. Let's wait and see. So Pravetsa there, way out on the right side. And as we said, pre-start, so many of the teams know these waters intimately, having spent so much time here. Nacho Postigo, the navigator on Pravetsa, was with Mascalzone Latino. So they're presently in 12th. On board briefly then with Vayu. Vayu quite deep for the moment in 10th. Nick Rogers there, the tactician, just looking under the bow to see Allegri coming across. And Allegri attacking. Allegri have got a few changes on board that you might have noticed. They've brought Elliot Willis into the starting lineup as the main trimmer. And Pablo Ararte comes in doing the runners. So a few small changes as they look for an improved performance. Platoon Aviation looking quite nice, just the weather of Sled. Seems like the breeze is coming in from the shore from the right a little bit, perhaps, Louise.
Andy, so I agree with you. It's still quite local, the breeze, to be honest. So I'm just here leeward of Gladiator, and it seems like the boat more windward of Gladiator are just having a bit more breeze. So there's a small line of darker water, so there's more wind. And Interlude, Quantum Racing and Platoon are the best boats inside that breeze. So their bow is a little bit higher, so points more towards the mark, and they sail in darker water, so in more breeze. So not such a nice position at the moment for Gladiator. They really need to hope now for or a big left shift, so that they can tack and get some advantage out of that, or maybe some breeze. But if I look up to the left, I don't see so much more breeze coming down here on the left side. So maybe the start at the pin end was a bit too extreme in this gradient, shifty, tricky conditions, as you want to have an option to tack and stay with the shifts and have an option to play with the other boats. And when you start too much at the outside from the other boats, you slowly lose contact with the other boats, and then things are happening as we see it now, that they just seem to get more and more bow back to the other boats because they have less pressure and less of a shift, Andy.
Indeed, looking at the tracker, looks like Gladiator not a long way shy of the port tack lay line, but whether they'll find more pressure coming in from the left, from offshore, remains to be seen. Interlude leading quite comfortably at the moment, about 50, 65 metres, something like that, and sailing quite high in the middle of the course, or more towards the middle. And at the same time wondering how things will play out for the boats on that right side. Our last images showed Phoenix going quite well with the right hand group. Seem to be sailing quite high, but for me, clear ahead just now is the black boat from Newport, Rhode Island, Interlude. Cameron Appleton calling tactics, Ian Moore navigator. So watching there as Platoon Aviation go back from the left. In general, I think the boats on starboard sailing quite high. Feeling the breeze is in our right-hand face for the moment. Just watching Vasco's eye view as he goes across. Platoon Aviation go back across. Tacking now just to weather of Paprec. So Interlude, Sled and Quantum for me very close. Quantum ahead of Sled and to windward. There's this new lineup on board Quantum Racing powered by American Magic with Morgan Larson deputising for Harry Melges IV. So they're going back. To me, the right looks quite strong for those against those boats who are attacking back. But Interlude's going now. I see that right side strengthening where Phoenix and Provezza are. I'm just watching as Interlude go back, Louise. It's not quite as pretty for them as it was. Paprec tacking as well. Quantum clear ahead. So looking, Louise, like the right has come in slightly better. For the meantime, Phoenix, Vayu, Provezza, Allegre.
Absolutely, Andy, I really need to agree with you. So now I have a better overview of the whole fleet. I'm now more windward of all the boats, so I can see them all. And you can also see it on the tracking. So I always really like to press on options and then put the long tail of the boats. And then you can see how the wind was moving more and more to the right and then shift back left. So you can see a whole banana of the fleet. So the boats more to the right had a bigger shift, and then the boats leeward of them, so more towards the left. And yeah, if the wind doesn't shift back and just continues shifting to the right side, the boats who are more to the right side have this advantage. And unfortunately, that doesn't make Interlude looking so bad anymore. But we are not at the upwind mark yet, and we know that gradient wind is always shifting back, or has at least some small shifts. So we'll be about what is the final shift getting to this upwind mark. Will the left side have a chance again? For that we need a left shift. Doesn't seem to be the case yet, but this can still happen as we still have some time going to the upwind mark. And as a sailor, we always try to understand how much time we still have to the upwind mark to understand if the shift has time to shift back or not. But I wouldn't be so happy at the moment sail on the left side, Andy, because this shift seems for me more like a shift that doesn't come back on this upwind anymore. So very happy boat on the right side. I like Phoenix. They look in a strong position. Tina Platner helming the boat this week. She told me that she always really likes to sail the last race of the season. So the season final is always hers. In the other races of the event, sometimes her father Hasso Platner is helming, or Tony is having, but this race is hers, and I really like her position at the moment, Andy.
Indeed, and of course Ed Baird calling tactics. and a sailor who won the America's Cup here, and obviously knows the waters pretty well. Nicely positioned on that right side, stayed on the right from the very beginning, with Value just below them. And Allegra also strengthening their position, getting into second for the meantime. And Gladiator suffering from having started on the pin and gone to the left of the upwind. The fleet funneling into the windward mark, starting to funnel into the windward mark, becoming more compact. So also looking good for Teasing Machine, for the team which won the last race in Puerto Portals. So just looking at the approach to the windward mark, actually the fleet are quite spread out for the meantime. Phoenix leading by certainly 50 or 60 metres, although now starting to see Interlude coming across on port. Nice leyline call from the after guard on the Phoenix. You can see Tina Plattner just bringing the bow up just to give themselves a little bit of breathing space. Navigator Shane Elliott, as they come round, then is Phoenix leading. And it's Provezza and Teasing Machine overlapped. Then Allegri. Then Value were a little bit further up until the final approach. Criolla there we're just seeing making their approach to the mark. Quick look at the offset then. Criolla, then their Brazilian team in their second regatta ever at the 52 Super Series. Interlude, who were leading, will be coming round in 7th, I think. Platoon in 8th. And Alpha Plus, Pat Breck. Sled, so the boats which came up the left really are struggling relative to the leaders. And the good news, such as it is for Gladiator, who are a long way back, is they have the next boat forward is Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. So that is the saving grace, if you like, for Gladiator at the moment, is the Quantum are 11th and Gladiator 13th. So Louise, your thoughts on that first upwind? It was pretty definitive, wasn't it? Phoenix coming well from the right side of the course, as it did the Teasing Machine.
Absolutely, Andy, and I was quite surprised how much the wind then actually had shifted to the right side. So Provezza, who rounded the upwind mark in third position, they were almost reaching back to the upwind mark. That was how much they overstood the right ley line because the wind shifted so much to the right side. And now most of the boats could already hoist their Janaka on the offset and went straight to a jibe after the second mark, and now it looks like almost a one-way street to the downwind gate. So I wouldn't be surprised if Provezza maybe doesn't even have to jibe back because the wind continues shifting to the right side. And if they have to jibe, then maybe it's just another very short bit. They then still need to sail on starboard to go to the downwind gate. So if you're now a team more in the back of the fleet, that's a little bit brutal because there are not so many ways now to catch up boats on this leg because it's such a one-way street. But I can see Sled and Quantum Racing continuing. They were the only two boats so far that hadn't jibed after the offset mark. So they want to push here. They need to do something. If they just follow the other boats, they won't really improve their position. They will stay close in contact, but that's not what they're happy with. So they want to push. They decided to continue and then jibe later. They will have free wind with that, and if the wind will even continue further to shift right, this will be good for these two boats. But yeah, it's a quite risky maneuver, but what to do? If you're on the back of the fleet, these are the only two options you have, or to follow or to take some more risk, and maybe that's exactly what they need to do. Same for Gladiator, who rounded last the upwind mark and is now a lot behind. They're not in contact anymore with the other boats, so I think for them it was exactly the right thing to try something and continue sailing without jibing immediately. And the wind looks unstable, Andy. It's quite difficult to predict what will happen next. There's a lot of uncertainty, for me at least, from the rib. I don't have a lot of instruments here on the rib, so I can only just tell what I see. And I see a lot of uncertainty. Yeah, I have a lot of instruments too, a lot of media instruments, but no wind indicator or anything. And looking now upwind again, I can see some pressure actually coming down here on the left side. So Quantum and Sled will soon be in the part of pressure I can see here. So maybe they will make some gains of this, but it's all very local and uncertain at the moment.
Indeed, we're just seeing that a little bit on the tracker. We're seeing a potential gain to Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, as Louise said, carrying on straight from the offset mark, perhaps getting a little bit more pressure offshore on board with the Platoon Aviation. So the top three boats in the overall standings at the moment, Gladiator in 12th, the circuit leaders, Quantum Racing in 7th, and Platoon Aviation, who lie 3rd in the circuit, in 10th at the moment. So only Quantum Racing creeping into the top half of the fleet. But in some senses, although the wind direction is different, Phoenix, I think, Louise, you watched the practice race yesterday. Phoenix won the first practice race in similar circumstances. There was a big shift to the right, which they got right, and they led the practice race yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah, exactly. So Phoenix looked pretty good yesterday in the practice race. They decided to tag immediately after the race committee, so they did almost the same as they did today. We had another wind direction, but it's funny to see that the same system is working again today for them. So well done, Phoenix, here with Tina Flatner helming. But things can change now. The wind is a little bit less as well, Andy. I think we have less than 12 knots now, probably even just 8 or 7 knots. They had the furl sail out before, so the stay sail. This is what they usually take out, so it's not the jib, what you then can see on the images, because it's another sail they only hoist on the downwind. So a lot of these boats had the sail up for the first part of the downwind, but now they put it back in, so they just sail with the Janaka and the mainsail, and this is usually what the boats do when they have less than 10 knots. So light breeze here, shifty, very local, big patches of no wind, and the tricky racing.
Indeed, that's what Valencia is known for, not known as the great sea breeze venue. Sea breezes are relatively common, but certainly not this time of year. And it's quite grey and overcast. Nonetheless, Phoenix have this big lead of about 200 metres. French team Teasing Machine in second and Allegre in third. So Gladiator just need to stay focused, learn from the situation that they found themselves in, coming off the pin end. In the meantime, it's a little bit of damage limitation in the sense that Quantum, though they look to have made a gain coming down that first run on the right, they're still in 11th and well separated from the fleet. More or less alongside Gladiator. More or less alongside Quantum. So the top two boats on the circuit standings lying 12th and 13th for the moment. Over 1,000 metres behind the runaway Phoenix. So there we see Allegra leading the new Provezza. Both boats built here this year at King Marine, who are our hosts for this regatta. As Louise said, just a short jibe into the lure gate for Phoenix. So if anything, Louise, I think maybe Phoenix have even extended coming down this run.
Exactly, Andy, and I think that was very nice sail. Well, it's also more easy when you're the first boat, then the race course in front of you is still open, but they went with the shift. They did a jibe straight after the offset mark and then probably just had to sail another 15 seconds on starboard to go to the downwind gate. And now it should be a relatively easy game for them as they have a good lead, so they should now really make sure they stay in control, cover the other boat, stay between stay between the other boat and the mark, and then they should sail this race home in the first position. And behind Phoenix it will get more interesting as the boats are more compact. So between Teasing Machine, that it's just rounding now the gate, Allegre and Provezza, there's less space in between. So these boats then need to do a decision. They can't just go to the right side again and sail their course they want, because there's bad air from the other boats that is slowing them down and they want to sail in their own wind. So they will need to then sail again to the left side, make some tacks, and they will make it more interesting then to see who's gaining and who's losing. But I feel a bit sad for the boats that continued after the offset mark, Andy. We can see it more on the tracking. The three boats that continued and didn't jibe, they wanted to push the risk there a little bit. They wanted to do something to catch up boats, but now they're really not in contact anymore with the other boats. So I wouldn't say impossible for the boats to still catch up with the front group, but we need a big miracle for this to happen. So that's brutal in sailing sometimes, but that's life. The right side just looks so much better, and there's this permanent shift to the right side. And now they also changed course direction, Andy. They put the upwind mark to the right more, so now we sail, probably we have a wind direction of 270s or so, more western, so it's not such a one-way street anymore. But if I would be on the boat, I would still be happily sailing to the right side, Andy.
You wanted to be on Phoenix, and that certainly proved the right choice. Phoenix leading and owning the right for the moment. So far ahead, over half a minute ahead of Teasing Machine. And a great start for the South African team. The other key thing that we haven't talked about with Phoenix, Louise, is they have a brand new set of socks all the way through the team. That's clearly making a difference.
I think so. Lucky one now. No, they have a very, very good team. I really like their team as well. And Ed Bird, who won the America's Cup here in 2007, I mean, this place must really feel like home for him. Though he's from America, but he spent so much time here sailing in Valencia. So he knows where to go. But as I've said before, we have in each team sailors that already had competed here in the America's Cup. So a lot of experience on all the boats, but yeah, it's not always easy to understand the wind. And I personally haven't expected this massive right shift on the first upwind and also now on this downwind. We had forecasts, 2 different ones, but all of these forecasts actually said that the wind will go further to the east over the day. Haven't seen a single forecast predicting such a right shift, and now this western wind direction, all of the forecasts said more of a southwestern wind direction, so I'm quite surprised, and I think it's very difficult to predict here what the wind will do next, Andy.
Indeed, that was I think the general trend was right pre-start, but interesting. It's going to be fascinating to see how Gladiator and Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, come out of this. Meantime, Platoon Aviation in 8th. Alpha Plus in 9th. Certainly Gladiator and Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, in the lower third of the fleet. But in the end, a big separation between first and 11th, 12th and 13th. Phoenix about a third of the way up the beat already. And there we see that view of Tony Langley and the Gladiator team still coming into the leeward gate, watching Phoenix coming upwind. So this will be a race that the Gladiator have to put behind themselves and learn. But in the end, the difference between first and 11th, 12th and 13th is going to be of the order of 5 minutes, which is a little bit of a lifetime in this class. So from a practical point of view, it looks good to see that Teasing Machine seem to have updated their sails a little bit, and no longer have the Union flag from Britain at the top of the sail, so makes it a little bit clearer. However, a good second or third position for the French team. So breeze is a little bit lighter. We're just watching Phoenix coming out of their tack, and the team keeping some weight to leeward. Little technical problem with the tracker for those of you who are watching. couple of boats are frozen. So Louise, then Phoenix just keeping a loose cover on the fleet, just staying in sequence with the fleet behind them.
Exactly, so we've seen Phoenix now tagging a couple of times, so Allegro was trying to always tag against them, so they want to get more of a separation in between them and Phoenix to create some kind of advantage possibly, because if they always just continue with Phoenix together, Phoenix always will be in a strong position. So we can see at the moment Phoenix just on top of Teasing Machine, because there was a certain point Phoenix had to decide, well, what boat I want to cover. I want to go with the boat that goes to the right, or I want to go with the boat that goes to the left. And in the beginning of this second upwind, they tried to do both, but yeah, that doesn't work in sailing, unfortunately. At what certain point you need to commit to one boat and you need to protect one boat, otherwise you will lose both of them. And they decided to cover the right side, to cover Teasing Machine. That also looks like the strongest side for me. I think the ley line is probably somewhere at the beach. We're very, very close to shore now. I think they could almost go and grab an ice cream, the close they have to say at the beach, Andy. But there's just more wind and a bigger right shift. So I think they did great to commit to that right side and covering Teasing Machine and not following Allegro that tried to push more to the left to do the opposite of Phoenix. So for me, I can also see it a little bit on the tracking that they extended their lead, though that the tracking is freezing sometimes, as you've already said, but yeah, they look that they extended their lead, they look more comfortable, they look even more ahead now of Teasing Machine than before. And maybe Allegro lost a little bit sailing more to the left side. This is a one-way street basically. Well, you have to sail again to the right side, and the boats further to the right side have more pressure, can put their bow more up to the windward mark, so sail less distance. And as we know in sailboat racing, you have to go fast and sail the least distance, and then you most likely win the race. So this is what you're doing at the moment when you can sail on a free lane to the right side. But the boats behind the leading group, so I would say a leading group at the moment is Phoenix, Provezza, Teasing Machine and Allegro. But behind that we have a group of boats that are closer together, and there you have to manage your lane and you have to manage the traffic, because you don't want to get the bad wind of the other boat, because that's slowing you down. Not like in cycling where you really want to stay in the drag, in the wind shoulder of the cyclist before. No. In sailing you want to have your own wind to sail fast. And it's so interesting, Andy, to see this line here on the water that is darker the more you go towards the beach, so there's more wind. You can see it very, very good out here.
We can, and just looking at our images of the differences between Provezza and Allegro. Allegro a little bit further offshore and slightly more pressure. I think it's always the case that the closer you get to land, the more the breeze varies in intensity and direction. So maybe a small gain to Allegro relative to Provezza. So just a little update. We're missing the tracker off Teasing Machine, who are still lying second, as you'll see on the water, just behind Phoenix. French team going really well. They're one of the teams who are building up towards next year's Admiral's Cup, looking to be a part of a French team and sharpening their skills on the 52 Super Series. But there, that overhead shot, look at the difference in angles at the boats on the left of our pictures, on the right of the race course looking upwind. The difference in angle to the boats on the right, so Allegra there sailing a much lower angle, but that great overhead shot shows you the streaky breeze pattern, little gusts and puffs rolling down the course from the offshore. But really, this is the Valencia that so many of us remember, or one of the Valencias that so many of us remember, particularly in the very late summer, early autumn, and into the autumn. So looking like a small game to Allegra. Always hard for a team to make crew changes. But Allegra certainly top 2, top 3. I think they'll just slot in front of Teasing Machine. So Phoenix still clear ahead as they head across the offset and downwind. Looking good for the South African team. Allegra then just setting up on ley line, approaching the windward mark. Nick Asher, Will Ryan, Francesco Mongelli are the afterguard. Andy Soriano, the owner driver.
How far away is the next boat?
Eric de Turkheim, then the owner driver of Teasing Machine, coming round the windward mark. Only started sailing the TP52 in Puerto Portales, but a massively experienced owner driver. Started off in his most recent, or before he had the present boat, sailed for a long time in the Melges 32s. And we round in third are the French team, then Vayu in fourth, Travezza in fifth, John Cutler, the helmsman, of course an Olympic medalist, but also raced with the Desafío, the Spanish team. So Criolla coming in next. They were 6th at the windward mark and still 6th. Samuel Albrecht there, the tactician, looking at the mark. Platoon after Criolla, the defending 52 Super Series champions. Anyway, they'll pull back a few places on Quantum and Gladiator. You can just keep chipping away. Criolla then at the offset mark. Looking at the fleet. So Louise, the fleet really is quite spread out between first and 13th.
And yes, there's a lot of separation now in between the boats, and I think this is because it's still quite puffy, so there's still a lot of moments on the race course where there's not so much breeze, and in general there's a gain feature on the right side, and as a sailor you tend to undertake this gain feature, especially on an upwind. So what is happening? You see the boat on top of you, putting the bow up, so getting in the right shift, pointing more towards the upwind mark, and you think, well, I just keep on going here and the shift will come down to me, the gust will come down to me. But this race course today in this race seemed to be more like, no, the shift is not coming down and the pressure is also not coming down. You have to actively sail in it, so you can't just wait until it gets to you. You have to go to it and tack inside it, and on such a one-way street as it was here, the further wide you were, the more wind you had, the further wide shifted it got. There's not so much space for the boats in the back to get in this better side, in this gain. So I think that's how they make these big separations now in the fleet, and it's quite big. So we see Phoenix already almost halfway down on this final downwind, and Sled last position at the moment in 13th place, still far away from the upwind mark, so big separation now. Very good for Phoenix, unfortunately not so good for Sled, but Tina Plattner, the only female Haim we have in this fleet, and one of the only 5 girls in this fleet of 13 boats. She's doing a phenomenal job today, sailing this boat fast and very conservative, staying in control and keeping it easy. And of course everyone wants to keep it easy, but she's doing great today. And this downwind we have a little bit more breeze, Andy. Most of the boats have their stay sail up, so the sail I've mentioned on the downwind before, they only pull it up for the downwind. This is not a jib, this is a sail they only pull up on the downwind, and usually when they have a bit more breeze, so around 10 knots, they start to pull it up, and now we can see almost all the boats with the stay sail up. So yeah, the wind is getting a bit stronger again, Andy, a bit more breeze, but still very shifty and gusty, and as well puffy. So a lot of moments where there's no breeze. And the angle changes we had on the upwind before, they were impressive, Andy. Sometimes you really would have thought, well, they must sail on different tacks. That's how much the bows pointed in other directions, why they were sailing on the same tack.
Indeed, but things looking good for Phoenix, over 200 metres ahead coming down this final run. As Louise said, the breeze looks just a little bit more solid. You speak to any of the Phoenix team, they give massive kudos to owner-driver Tina Plattner for her ability to concentrate, shut out all of the external noise, and Ed Baird in particular says she's a very, very good feel for the boat, able to keep it fast. And of course now has got really quite considerable experience. Even if she's just come back to the class this season, joined us at the beginning of the year, or the beginning of her season in Newport, didn't do Palma Vela. But I think days like these are really so important for the her and the Phoenix team, enjoying a nice opening race win. And this will have a little bit of an influence on the circuit leaderboard, with Quantum and Gladiator posting 11th, 12th, Sled chasing hard to try and make it onto the podium, but in the meantime Platoon 3 places ahead of Quantum and 4 ahead of Gladiator. Always encouraging to be taking points off the boats ahead of you at this stage in the season. So there you see the projected point standings after this race, if positions were to stay the same. Gladiator's 8-point delta shrinks by a single point to Quantum, who are 1 place ahead of them. But Platoon Aviation get a little bit closer to Quantum. They were really no negligible, or the change is negligible. Allegra and Sled, the battle for 4th will be intense all the way through this regatta.
Eddie, so I'm now down here at the finish line and not a lot more time to go until Phoenix will probably cross this finish line in a first position. And behind there, we might still get an interesting situation between Provezza and Bayou. So we remember Bayou rounded the upwind mark before Provezza. They made a lot of meters good on the second upwind. And now they just jibed on top of Provezza. Still a little bit of separation between these boats, but Provezza was the boat that jibed out early on the port jibe and made a lot of meters good there as well. So it will be interesting now to see. They have to do another jibe to get in the finish, how this will play out between these two boats. But so far there is this front group here of these 5 boats, and then behind there is another group of boats, and then in the end we have still a fight going on between Quantum Racing, Sled and Gladiator, and Gladiator was the only boat jibing out, and Sled and Quantum continued for longer and then jibed. So it will be also still interesting to see how this will play out for Gladiator, if they made gains jibing out early or if it was better this time to continue longer as Quantum Racing, Andy.
Indeed, but let's wait and see how that plays out. Pretty close between these 3rd, 4th and 5th place boats, but in the meantime Phoenix heading towards the finish line. Another key player on the Phoenix, of course, is Lorenzo Massa, who won the America's Cup with Ed Baird on Alinghi, Italian, one of the 3 Italians in the Alinghi lineup. So the first win here at the Valencia 52 Super Series, the Royal Cup, goes to the South African team led by Ed Baird. Tina Plattner on the helm. Recognise the gains, the benefit on that right side of the first upwind, and really from then they never looked back. Credit to Allegra, who were 4th at the top mark, coming through in 2nd in the next few seconds. New boat this season, again built at King Marine, a Bottine design. So Andy Soriano coming through the finish line now, hands over the helm, shakes hands with Francesco Mangelli there at the back of the boat, the navigator. And as Louise said, it will be quite close between Teasing Machine and Provezza. Laurent Page, the tactician on Teasing Machine, doing a great job, just getting in for third. Nice result for the French team. Provezza in fourth will be pretty happy. A counter, as you would say, Louise, for the Turkish team. And next through will be Vayu, winners of the first regatta in Newport this season, the Thai team, the Whitcrafts. Starting well with a fifth. I think through in sixth will be Crioula, our Brazilian team, who were sixth at the top mark and have been sixth all the way around the course. Not so many passing lanes on this racetrack in this breeze. Very much, as Louise said, a one-way track, a one-way street. Which has really made it quite tough for the boats who are on the left in the early part of the first upwind. Have had no comeback, no passing lanes. So there we go. For sixth is Crioula. The old Phoenix, second regatta for them. Took delivery of the boat, in fact, after Palma Vela. Did a week of a few days of training with the Phoenix team, so had much less of a standing start in Palma and Puerto Portals last month. Then seventh will be Interlude, I think. Interlude had the best start, as we saw. Platoon and Pat Pratt coming through in the 8th and 9th. Vasco Viscotto not looking very happy with that at all. Although the good thing is he has Quantum and Gladiator behind him. Alpha Plus, the first race proper for Keith Swinton, the helm on board the Hong Kong paced boat. Coming through now, had a pretty solid season for them, ahead of expectations, and team really loving their time on the 52 Super Series. So fairly gentle conditions then overall in this first race of the Valencia 52 Super Series, the Royal Cup. And in the end, Quantum coming down for 11th, Gladiator will be 12th, So the saving grace for both these teams is they're finishing one after the other. But frustrating, you know, for teams which are really having high hopes for this first race. But it's all a learning experience, certainly this first race. You have to say that Quantum and Gladiator, particularly Gladiator starting off the pin, was really expensive once the right came in strong for them, for the Phoenix and Teasing Machine in particular, were the most right on the first upwind. Anyway, the teams will debrief quickly, get some nutrition, some hydration, and be ready to go fairly quickly. I would imagine the breeze is still in at 7 or 8 knots by the looks of things. So in the end, Quantum will come through the finish line by about a couple of boat lengths ahead of Gladiator. So they had a good race all in all. Disappointing in 11th, Gladiator 12th, and the 2021 champions. Sled coming through in 13th. So all credit then to Phoenix and Allegre and Teasing Machine, the top 3 in this race. Got on top of the right-hand breeze early on, and then after that, as Louise said, it's pretty much one-way traffic. Louise, your thoughts on that race then, and the prospects of going straight into the second race?
Andy, so as you said, I think Phoenix did the race the best. They really pushed there at the starting line, started in the middle of the crowd at the race committee, tagged, and then had this immediate gain off the right side, being better, having more breeze, and the further right you went, just the further right, the breeze shifted as well. And this kept on going through the entire race. So the wind just shifted more and more to the right side, and there was always more breeze at the right side. So a little bit frustrating when you started more in the middle of the course, or as Gladiator on the left side. For me, I couldn't have predicted that, but there are a lot of experienced sailers on these boats. Ed Bird, the tactician on Phoenix, won the America's Cup here in 2007 for Alinghi, so he knows where to sail in this wind direction. The wind direction itself is very tricky for me. There are puffs, there are holds, it's unstable, but in general you were on the safe side, going to the right side. And we have enough breeze to continue sailing, so there is still around 8 to 10 knots. I wonder if we wait or if we go straight to the next race. There is sailable conditions, so I think we should go straight to the next race, Andy. And for all the teams, if they had a bad race now, this is not the end of the world, because the next race won't be any easier than that race. So it won't be any easier in terms of to predict what will happen. I wouldn't be surprised seeing a lot of teams sailing again now to the right side, but who knows if this is really the better side. I couldn't have predicted before that race, so it feels hard for me to predict now what will happen before the second race. It got a bit warmer, so maybe the wind will get more unstable than it is now. And in the end, it's not about winning a race today, it's about to win the day. So even if you win your side, as Interlude did, what we've seen before, they started the best from the middle, the best start from the fleet, and they won the left side. That means they were the first boat coming from the left side to the upwind mark. The left side wasn't better, but they were still in the 7th place. That's still in a fleet of 13 boats. Not a bad result, as we have learned as well from Hamela Spare, from Platoon Aviation. They would say this is a keeper. This is a race, well, you're not happy about it, you don't cry about it, but this is a race you can keep. and you can build up from there, because as we know, you can't win an event on the first day, but you can definitely lose it. So in the end, you want to be the winner of the day and not only the winner of one race, but Phoenix should be quite happy. They're doing great today.
Indeed, thanks Louise. Join us again in a few minutes. We should go into the second race of the day, but come back in a few minutes.
Raw energy. Don't stop. Go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop. Go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down.
Please listen close. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone. Or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone. Or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart. Out of sync and out of touch, and maybe even out of love. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. Got me black and blue, making me wanna walk. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone. Or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone. Or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart.
Single your confusion, great brave woman, laughing to illusion. You're not afraid to die, you know dying is alone. Down or up, you're still alone. Laughing or crying, you roll alone. How do you do it? You know I come from pain. You say I can't complain. It's on me. The past is long gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, tell me. You are telling me, you tell me. He said to be polite. The only way to get what you want, the only way they like you, is to stay in line and follow the crowd. But you stand out, black as the night. You know they're all lying. You know I come from pain. You say I can't complain. It's on me. The past is long gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, you tell me. future. Even though you're dying, you fell before and you keep on trying. You do it all again, now blinded by beauty. You tell the story as it is, speaking not to be understood. Bad or good, you know I come from pain. Say I can't complain, it's on me. The best is ungone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, you tell me. You are telling me, you tell me. You are telling me, you tell me. You are telling me, you tell me.
In the bed you sound so musical, in the club you scream. God like is you're so beautiful, but you're not for me. I can't sleep lately, I'm just trying to find peace. Classic melodies, I just wanna be free. I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I'm always you. It wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I'm always you. It wasn't you, it wasn't you. And she said, boys are here coming from a mile away, not as sleek as you think. DMs early in the AMs, I'm not Becky from the street. All this time, baby, our love was so deep. You can't sleep lately, but what about me? I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I'm always you. It wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I'm always you. It wasn't you, it wasn't you.
Standing right in front of me, you used to be someone to me. You took all of my energy and had some infidelities. The real estate inside my head you took is never coming back, but you said that it wasn't personal. And every time you lied to me, it's like I didn't want to see, cause I thought you were beautiful, and beauty doesn't want to be mischievous and devious and set a fire unto us, but you were never beautiful at all. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked all those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. I guess I should thank you for that. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a walk to a crawl. Had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess I survived you. And that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. I think that I'm over it, but then I see you out again, laughing with a group of friends. There he is, you're holding hands, makes me feel pathetic and a little bit erratic. So I drink till I can't stand, and you know I won't confront you, even though it's all I wanna do. Probably best to just ignore it, both impossible and true. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked all those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. Thank you for that. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a walk to a crawl. Had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess I survived you. And that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. She loves me not the pedal. Yeah, that was back when I could call you mine. Holding hands, falling into the riptide, over and over. Yeah, we were taking off, always running, wasting our days for nothing, singing I love you, with you riding shotgun in my car. Do you remember all of the nights we spent alone? When we were burning the embers, waiting for the sunrise in the morning to bring us home. You know that I do. But tell me, do you remember? There was nothing we were scared of doing when we didn't know the way or where we were going. That was back when forever seemed a million miles away, and we didn't know it. 'Cause we were taking off, always running, wasting our days for nothing, saying I love you in the backseat of my car. Well, do you remember all of the nights we spent alone? When we were burning the embers, waiting for the sunrise in the morning, bring us home. You know that I do. But tell me, do you remember? Yeah, do you remember? Tell me, do you remember? contemplating all my time. My thoughts make me tired, just running through my mind. Wonder if there's peace that I could find, instead of always being on the grind. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I can go? Run away, run away, run away to your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away to your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. It gets so loud that I can barely hear. But your words speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear, running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away, run away, run away to your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away to your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away to your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away to your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away.
Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. You wanna know is how to hold on to it every moment. Dive into it like my love is an ocean. It's overflowing. I swear it's golden. So good that I'm rolling. Baby, you make me crazy. I'm seeing roses. Baby, just maybe you save me. Oh, take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine. Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling.
sometimes I play it safe, and you can see it. It's easy for me to show, but sometimes I'm really brave, and that just means that I'll try again tomorrow. It's my dark created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really want to see that sunrise over the water. I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Among the waves, let them take me as far as they want to go. And it's time for me to say, they won't break me, I'm braver than I know. It's my dark created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really want to see it. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. Creating mountains where the valleys used to be, and all the things I thought I knew were changing like the seas. Yeah, but I have overcome it all, and I'm still here. Oh, I gotta change perspectives if I really want to see. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. I was made for this. I've been eating you like old-fashioned orange slice, sweet like daiquiri with strawberry crushed ice. Know you like a margarita with the hot spice. Love the taste of paradise. No, it's never been the right time. Like we're holding back the storyline. And I'm waiting at the end of the night, thinking of you. Took your number from a friend, but I never call. I never call. I never call. I started writing a DM, didn't sleep at all.
Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down.
So good afternoon, welcome back to Valencia. Little bit of a delay there. Breeze has been moving around and has been up and down a little bit. So the good news, I hope, is that we're looking at a sequence starting in, or actually we're inside the sequence. We're a minute inside the sequence. And hopefully the even better news is that we can talk to Louise Vancer on the race course in the start area. Louise, it's been a little delay. How's it looking now?
Andy, I'm just here, leeward of the Pennant, and we have wind. Look, it's beautiful. I think we have like 10 knots, but as you've already said, it's still quite shifty and gusty. So at the moment, I'm here inside the gust. My hair is blowing. So
Your
I
hair's
think probably
blowing?
around 12 knots. Yes, it's flying.
That's always a good indication of the wind speed.
Absolutely. And I can still see patches on the water with a lot of darker water colors, so more dark water. That means there's more wind. It still seems for me to be a difficult racetrack, but you should go maybe one way. Well, what way? The right way, Andy.
Right,
So
exactly.
the right side. Exactly. So the right side still looks better from my position here, leeward of the Pennant. So if I would be one of these boats now trying to make a plan, trying to make a call, I would try to get a free lane to the right side and then win the right side, as Phoenix did it in the race before. That would be at the moment my race winning strategy, but well, only God knows what will happen this race. But I think like this I would try to minimize the risk as much as I can, Andy.
Indeed, but in the meantime, how does the start line look? Because if we know that the right side is favoured, has Maria brought the pin end forward a little bit to decrease the traffic, decrease the density at that committee boat end of the line, or is it going to be handbags at the windward end of the line?
The start line looks great. So I'm here on the rib and I don't have any wind indicators or anything, but the start
Except your
line
hair.
maybe is a little bit, it's a little bit pin favored maybe. If I look at the flag on top of that pin end, it points more to the left, so maybe it's a little bit pin favored, but I'm guessing here, to be honest. But if I now look how the boats are lined up, they all went for early tech. We have more boats this time here towards the pin end. In the start before, we only had Gladiator at the pin end. Now we have a bit more boats here at the pin end. So good point, Andy, because maybe you want to take disadvantage of the start line, start more towards the left side, but then it's the question, well, how do I then get to the right side if I think the right side is better? Difficult decision here for the boats to make.
Indeed,
So
we're just
maybe
watching.
start in the middle is the best.
Just watching Phoenix really kind of a little bit high risk where they are, but taking a short tack up to windward just to keep themselves in key position in front of Provezza in particular. But they're well forward on the fleet, quite busy at the committee boat end. Criolla and Paprec at the pin end. Meantime, Phoenix able to build speed and just scrub off a little, just hold. The key thing for them is they want runway to leeward. Ed Baird just giving Tina Plattner precise instructions, and at the moment at 25 seconds to go they look quite good. Up at the committee boat end of the line I'm seeing Sled for sure, perhaps coming in a little bit later. Sled seemed to be quite high on the committee boat. Final seconds, looking like Phoenix might be ahead of the line. It's very hard to see. Criolla coming in at the last second on the pin end. Looked to me that like Phoenix are over, but you can tell me clearer. Yeah, looking like Phoenix are having to go back. That was all was going to happen, wasn't it, Louise?
Yes, Andy, so I saw Phoenix pushing really early for that starting line, and then they tried to put the bow down again, but they had another boat below them. I think it was Allegre, so they couldn't put the bow down anymore, and that basically made them go over the starting line, and that's really, really painful. If this is really a one-way track, how it looked before, and yes, it seemed to be that the left side here at the pin, it was so much better, so most of the boats could immediately go into attack and now sail very happy to the right side. So a bit different than what we've seen in the race before, and if you have to start late in these conditions, it's hard to catch up, Andy. So great moment for me is having Allegre. They had a great start because Phoenix had to go back. They were just leeward of Phoenix, and now they're in a super strong position here on top of the fleet, on the good tack, sailing to the right side in a free lane. I like it.
You did just seeing bow number one though, also Platoon looking quite good off the line, coming off more towards the middle. Windward end of the line we see Sled and Gladiator teasing machine, so Gladiator swapping sides completely this time. Struggled off the left from the very beginning, and now I think two boats from the right, but just now then three boats late off the line. Phoenix obviously started early. Alpha Plus I think had to go round the committee boat by the looks of things, and in 13th, Bayou 11th just now. So let's see whether this right side comes back in quite as strong. For me, pressure seems quite even all the way across the course. As Louise says, I really quite like the look of Allegre's position to windward, and just a little bit, well, certainly to windward of Platoon. But Allegre and Platoon, certainly between Allegre, Platoon and Quantum just now. Allegre for me have the favourable position to windward. And I think we'll work towards the right side of the course. So on the back foot, straight off the line then, Phoenix, the winner of the previous race. Already quite far back in this contest in 12th. Alpha Plus, as I said, closed out at the committee boat end of the line. So how's the breeze looking? We're on board with the Interlude. It looks fairly solid, Louise.
Andy, the breeze looks a lot more stable, and I'm just here windward of Bayou and Priola, so I'm going up the left side, and also here there's pressure coming down. In general we have more wind than the race before and a bit more stable over the whole racetrack, but still there are gusts that are very local, so you have to sail inside them because they don't really travel down the race course. You have to sail towards them to then get the more wind. And I think it's so interesting now to see the whole fleet onto port. So there's not a single boat. Well, now one of the back boats probably had to clean their lane and sailing to the left, but the other 12 boats, they're all sailing to the right side on port tack. So now it's a speed race. Whoever is faster on the right side in a better lane, in a better VNG, is then having the advantage to tack into starboard and cross the fleet. And full focus on these boats now, on the trim, on the boat, to communication between the mainsail trimmer and the jib trimmer and the helm is so crucial now to make these boats going fast. And it's super difficult in the flat water we are having to get the speed advantage, because most likely all the boats will go more or less the same speed. They're all super good sailors, super good teams, and it's more easy in these conditions to sail the boat fast, Andy. Not a lot to do at the moment for the tactician and strategist. They need to think forward now how they can position themselves on the starboard tack, so on the last tack then towards the upwind mark. And this is what is going on in their mind now, because they want to sail in a clean lane, Andy.
And did you do just wondering how we evaluate the position of Gladiator in particular further to the right, with also Sled, I think, on that side. Whether they will pick up what I presume is the more of the geographical lift, the right-hander on starboard that we saw before. Also teasing machine out on that side as they were in the previous race. But just now Allegra leading very much in the middle of the course. Quantum to leeward off them. Platoon Aviation quite nicely positioned, but lying fifth just now. For me, not quite seeing the strength of the right. If anything, the breeze looks to be potentially just a little bit left, particularly in the middle. But that may evolve. Just watching Allegra. Allegra seemed to be going very well relative to Quantum a couple of minutes ago, but now they're more even. As Louise saying, just a great drag race, a great speed test, with all the teams going upwind pretty much on the same tack. Two new boats side by side, the new Allegra bow number 19 and the which is obviously from Bottine, and the Vrolic, the brand new Vrolic bow number 9 Provezza, and also Platoon Aviation there lined up with Interlude. Breeze seems to me just a little bit more consistent than we saw in terms of wind strength.
Andy, I'm not so sure, because right now I'm here in a pad where they're probably just 7 knots, and then 30 meter more to the right of me they're 12 knots, so it's still very gusty. We also have this breeze coming from the shore, so from the city of Valencia, just blowing here onto our course. So it's shifty, gusty, and I can see big pressures of wind still, to be very honest. Big patches here of darker water, so this is where you want to sail with your sailboat to have more wind. And now we also see on the tracking especially that the first boats already start to think about their upwind mark approach, because they're already tacked onto starboard, so they already think now, oh, how can I position myself best now getting into this first upwind mark on a free lane so I can sail fast on a good mode. And this will be crucial now, because these are moments where you can lose or gain a lot when you're not in the leading group of the first 2 or 3 boats, I would say. So crucial part now for the tactician and strategist to find the right moment to tack and give up the advantage of the right side. For me, from my position here, the right side still looks a lot better, Andy. Let's see at the upwind mark if that really stays like that, but for the moment I would be very happy sailing on Platoon Aviation and Allegra there fast to the right side and tack as late as possible on the ley line.
Indeed, just watching Gladiator coming from the right, they've just decided to tack back. Very much like in the position of Platoon. Seems like Platoon Aviation have been quite quick coming up this upwind, which is a good sign for the team which is defending the Royal Cup here.
Yes, Andy, I agree with you. I think they have a great pace, and they were struggling with pace over the whole season, but then they got stronger, and already last event, they were already one of the fastest boats, and now they had a slight advantage on this perfect lineup, because when all the boats are going the same direction, if you ever wanted to find out if you're a fast boat, this was the moment for your boat to find it out, because all the boats went in the same direction, tacked more or less at the same time, and were perfectly lined up. And Platoon Aviation was one of the faster boats. Quantum Racing just behind them had to tack out earlier. They probably didn't feel so comfortable in their lane anymore, but also wanted to think about the upwind mark approach, as now we can see most of the boats tacking and following each other, so they're sailing in the bad air of the boat in front of them, and this is costing meters, Andy.
It is indeed. Just liking the look of Pat Breck coming across, but on port should just get up to tack ahead of Platoon Aviation and indeed the boat to weather, which was Interlude. So it's between Paprec and Allegra. For me, Allegra with a stronger position, but a great upwind then, Louise. Tack and move and kind of counter move, always trying to keep the lane clear.
Andy, absolutely, and I think it was so good to see as well that the right side was better, but you wanted to be windward of the fleet that is going to the right side, so that you can stay in control of when you want to place your tack. And I also had the impression that the wind was coming in sometimes from the left side, so the boats windward then always got the first pressure and could sail a bit faster than the boats leeward of them. Different than in the race before, and I can also see now just in front of me, maybe you can see it on the tracking, a tight cross between Provezza and Quantum Racing. So Provezza sailed a little bit more over the left side and actually made some meters good here to Quantum Racing. But in general, I would still say it was like in the race before, that the right side was the safe side to go, and the gain is coming in the end. Now I'm here at the upwind mark, Andy, and the boats just start to point higher and higher, and there's more dark water, so more wind. So very good now if you're one of these boats there on the right side.
Indeed, it is coming in strong again, but looking good for Allegra. Allegra, of course, second in that first race. Have a battle with Paprec and Platoon Aviation coming into the windward mark. We can see Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, coming in from the right. Have good pace. I think they will end up going behind Criolla ahead of Provezza. A nice leyline call from Francesco Mongelli on the Allegra. Paprec also. Criolla just a little bit tight on leyline. Let's watch them. Can they live in that slender, tight leyline, especially with Quantum coming into weather? Need to come in with wind power. So it's going to be tough for the Brazilians in that tight little corner coming into the windward mark. And there we go, they have to bail out from there. So round in first with a little decent lead indeed, our Allegra. Andy Soriano's team round first, Platoon round in second. Sorry, Paprec get round in second. Quantum Racing round in third. Then Interlude, Preveza, Sled, Vayu are in there.
Start heading down soon, Stefan.
Then Alpha Plus, Preveza, sorry, Gladiator come round in 7th after Preveza. So Gladiator just 2 places behind Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. So Phoenix coming around 12th, having been over the line, and 13th Alpha Plus. So Allegra launched down this run. Paprec second, Platoon in third, Phoenix down in 12th. All the time watching the distance or difference between Quantum and Gladiator. 3 boats at the moment. So good action down this first run. Platoon and Paprec trying to sail high and get over or protect their wind and try and get over Allegra a little bit. Paprec just soaking down it into Quantum. Paprec slowed because that, losing out to Quantum, who are potentially getting through them to leeward. So good run so far from Platoon Aviation. Staying high while Quantum and Allegra, Preveza, Gladiator all jibe early. So much more breeze on this run than we saw in the previous race. Quite squally by the looks of the overhead. And for sure Platoon on a nice puff. A little bit pinned by Paprec for the meantime. And Vasco's just saying set up for a quick jibe as Paprec go. Nicky Miller and Jules Salter on the handles there as they go through the jibe. So Paprec and Platoon jibing side by side, now ending up out to the right of Allegra. But they seem to have a good breeze coming down this run so far. There's certainly as much breeze as we've seen so far on this first day of the Valencia 52 Super Series Royal Cup. Probably up to 13-14 knots now coming down. So breeze has come in nicely, Louise.
Andy, yes, so some gusts are now quite strong already. I would say, just as you said, up to 50 knots. So the boats in the flat water then already start planing, and there will be massive speed differences then when you are in a gust and you can go for a full plane with these boats, or when you are out of a gust and you can't plane. So I expect some bigger separation between the boats at the downwind gate, as not all the boats are always in a gust, and this is so beautiful to see them full planing in these gusts, the crew hiking. This is when the boats really make fun to sail. I like to see them in a bit more pressure. And now they're also traveling a lot faster. I'm here on the coach on the whip, and we have to go quite fast to follow up with these guys whipping here in front of Valencia. And I thought it was so interesting to see this upwind mark approach we just had before, Andy. I think Criolla is already such a good team. They just started sailing in this class, and they are one of the fastest teams already. They just miss a bit of experience, so that they had to do this jibe there at the upwind mark. That was painful for them. Whoever of the sailors had already needed to do a jibe on the upwind mark knows how painful this is. But well done to them that they can arrive in such a strong position at the upwind mark. Super good. They're already super fast. And now, if I would be on one of these boats sailing downwind here, I would always try to make sure to stay in a gust, so in darker water, to be planing. So this is a lot of work now for the strategists and the tacticians. They have to watch the whole time back, or maybe also forward, because sometimes they might even already travel faster than the wind. So then it's when you have to start looking forward where the next gust is, and you want to stay as well in the gust. So that sometimes means you need to go for a lower mode or higher mode, or you need to jibe to stay in the gust. So quite tricky also this downwind now. And we've seen before Patrick jibing on a perfect point on top of Platoon, so they gave all the bad wind to Platoon. Very good for Patrick, not good for Platoon. But then Platoon just managed to stay a bit better in the gust they had, so they were able to play for longer. Now there's a bigger separation between these boats already, so that Platoon wasn't so affected anymore by the bad air of Patrick. So I would be not surprised if Platoon is now back in front of Patrick, Andy, but we will see when they go into their jibe. And in general, we have more breeze at the upwind mark and less breeze here at the downwind gate. So interesting now when you have to do a final maneuver here at the downwind gate, because this is slowing you down. And I'm now at the downwind gate, Andy, and Allegra is already ripping to it and soon rounding it, Andy.
Indeed, just watching us, seems like, just as you said, Platoon and Paprec have got a little bit more separation. Paprec just dropping into jibe just the weather of Quantum, and Platoon will have the option, and I think should jibe and potentially get through the leeward gate in second, whether Quantum can maintain their line or their lane from the left, with Paprec just jibing on top of them. It's going to be very close through this leeward gate, but there we see Allegri, who have the separation and the time, able to round comfortably with the lead. Round in second, well, it's going to be close, but Platoon Aviation ripping into this left-hand mark, looking upwind. Nice rounding from the German flag team, the holders of the Royal Cup. Just ahead of Paprec, who are coming round in third. Then Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, in fourth. Prevezza for me in fifth. Gladiator in sixth. Interlude going across to that left-hand mark, looking upwind. Good rounding from Gladiator, just getting the bow up early, trying not to drop into the dirty air of Prevezza. And I think we were just watching, we'll see Gladiator tack across once these four kites have gone through. So certainly Phoenix have made a little gain, something of a consolation after their start. Potentially up to 8th, I think, maybe 8th or 9th. Value round in 9th, Teasing Machine 10th, Alpha Plus. So Gladiator then just one boat between them and Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. So nice solid breeze now, about 12-13 knots on board with Gladiator. There Chris Hosking running the runners and giving his input into what the breeze is doing. Overhead then with the Turkish team, with Provetsa, who are top 3, top 4 in this race at the moment. Only their second regatta with this brand new boat, which was also built here at King Marie, most recent TP52 in the fleet. Just a little bit of chop starting to appear on the water. Just having one or two little hiccups with the tracker, I think. Overhead with Tony Langley's Gladiator team. Great shots. In 5th at the moment, just behind Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Famous Malvarosa beach in the background there. Gladiator have Quantum now in check, I would say. So they lost a point or a place in the previous race, and at the moment they're certainly achieving one objective. So great overhead shot there, showing the layout of the fleet. For the moment, for me, Provetsa looking quite good. Just now seem to be sailing quite high relative to the boats on the right. So interesting then in that shot. I think Allegra is the third boat to the right of Provetsa. So Louise, this upwind, the not quite so right side favoured.
Andy, no, not really. And to be honest, when the boats rounded this downwind gate, there was a big line of pressure coming down on the left side, and Provetsa and Gladiator were one of the first boats sailing to the left side and then checking in the pressure. So a bit different than in the races before, but I can also still see more pressure on the right side. So I think at the moment you want to be at one of the outsides to get the pressure in first. And as I've said before, you really need to actively sail inside the pressure. You can't just tack and hope the pressure travels down to you. So when you're now one of the outsides boat, you got the pressure first, and you have a bigger advantage to the other boats more towards the middle. But I was quite surprised how much Preveza and Gladiator actually gained to Quantum Racing, who rounded the other mark but then tacked quite fast back to the left side, and now Preveza made this gain good and they overtook already a boat. And this is so important in this fleet here, as they don't have any discard, so a race they can discard. Every boat counts and every race counts, so it makes a big difference then already if you finish 5th or 6th. So you really want to play here for every boat.
Indeed, Gladiator 7th at the windward mark, first time up, 6th for me through the lower gate, and we're seeing them up to potentially 4th at the moment, but for sure ahead of Quantum. As we can see in the shot, they have Quantum in check, just lured off them, but looking like a potential gain to Preveza up this second beat. Interlude there well to leeward, also Phoenix. Phoenix recovered so far up to 8th after being over the start line. On board momentarily with the Whitcraft family team on Value in 9th. Working very hard, but not getting too many breaks. They're just behind Interlude and slightly to leeward, as we can just about see. Now then, there's the gap between Platoon Aviation, Harmelo Spreer and Paprec. Remember, they were side by side coming down the towards the end of that first run. Paprec ended up going high towards the boats coming in from the left, and Platoon Aviation was able to sail slightly lower, more directly towards the leeward gate, around that right mark. And that's the separation now, although still I think Platoon second and Paprec third. Very much between Preveza and Platoon so far. Gladiator climbing up the standings on this race. You can see these dark patches on the water. But for sure, having been first round the windward mark, things not going quite as well for Allegra there. Now you can just see them with Preveza just crossing in front of them now. Just having these one or two tracker issues, but that may have been affecting Allegri. Didn't quite pick them up on the tracker, but certainly quite deep in the fleet now, as say, having led round the windward mark. Now seeing Preveza and Platoon Aviation converging. To me it looks like Platoon should lead round this windward mark. Preveza just putting something in the bank. Maybe Platoon Aviation just a little bit tight on ley line. Indeed, elected to tack while they can. Feeling they were in a little bit of a header and dropping on the mark. So leading, they might as well tack to windward and give some dirt to Preveza on the way in. At least keeping Preveza in check. So second windward mark, race number 2, the Valencia 52 Super Series Royal Cup. In command at the moment, the holders of the Royal Cup, Platoon Aviation. Second round will be Privezza. It's only a boat length and a half between them. And Paprec sailing a very composed race considering what's been going on in terms of the breeze. Paprec get round in third. Loic Perron calling tactics. And then side by side, and the advantage slightly such as it is to Gladiator, getting round in fourth. Allegra leading round the first mark last time, will be round in fifth. And I think Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, will be sixth. They have sled just to weather. Morgan Larson on the helm, keeping it high just now, closing the door on any advances from sled, who are seventh. Next in will be Interlude. And still close coming into the top mark between Alpha Plus and Phoenix. Phoenix over the line, Alpha Plus closed out the committee boat end of the line. And then value, so Louise, things looking pretty good for Harmuller Spreer and the Platoon team coming down this run. Early jibe.
Yes, Andy, at the moment things are looking pretty good for Platoon Aviation, but also for Privezza. They make such a big gain here over the left side, same as Gladiator. I think Paprec did a great job to more or less stay in the position. They've also rounded the downwind gate, but it just seems like that this racetrack now has a bit more opportunity as well to lose, but also to gain. These dark patches I've been speaking about that are traveling downwind, and they are more or less having 4 or 5 knots more breeze than when you're not in a dark patch. So bit of spread wind differences here now on the race course. So you really want to watch out for where the pressure is going down and sail towards it, and then understand what's the shift in the gust and tack or continue. So I think the race is not done yet because it's tricky out here. It's gusty, it's shifty, the wind is gradient, so a little bit more unstable. It gives more opportunities than in the race before. But yeah, once you're in front, you're more happy than when you're in the back. But this race is not done yet, Andy, I think.
It's not done yet. On board with Gladiator, Tony Langley just keeping an eye on the breeze from behind. Bruno Zerilli there with the blue jacket on, feeling the cold. All the time monitoring the breeze and the angles of the teams round about him. Watching the angle to Paprec. Seeing whether the breeze is going to come back in from that right side looking upwind. But really very much a procession down this second run towards the finish line. So what a great little scrap for the lead just now between Privezza and Platoon Aviation. The new Vrolic boat, Privezza against the new Botin boat. And of course within that little scrap, Platoon Harmuller Spear has been a Frolic customer for many years. So what a lovely little drag race. And then Patrick in third was the newest built 52 prior to this new generation coming through this season. Nonetheless, Allegra in fifth. I think we can ask the super geeks from the Geo Racing if they can do some projected standings for the regatta and get their pens and papers out and work out the numbers. But I think probably Allegra would likely be leading after day one if positions stay the same. Platoon Aviation now leading. They were through 8th in the first race. The boat moving really nicely downwind. Actually, there you go. Points would be Preveccia actually on 6, Allegra 7, Platoon Aviation on 9, Phoenix 11, Paprec 12, Criolla 14, Teasing Machine 16. So there you go, of course, Preveccia would lead the regatta after today if positions stay the same, although Paprec moving quite well on that left side looking downwind. But Louise, a much closer and more exciting race in the top three. We have a race in our hands, unlike this stage of race one, which was very much in Phoenix's hands.
Absolutely, Andy, and I think it's so interesting also how this race developed. In the first upwind, it was the right side. You had to win this right side and you would arrive in the leading group on the upwind mark. But then the second upwind was way more open and you had to sail to the pressure and then tack with it. And there was more pressure on the left side, so that's where Preveccia and Gladiator made their big gains. And now also the downwind now towards the finish line, and there's less breeze, so it gets more tricky, and I can see a lot more opportunities now in the end of the race, so more options to gain, well, but also unfortunately always to lose. Got more difficult, but Platoon Aviation is sailing quite fast this downwind. For me, it seems like that they extend their lead a little bit. Preveccia can't get really closer, but I think this is a function of speed and not only decision making. And Platoon is sailing fast here. They now need to go into their final jibe before they go in the finish. But maybe they have to do a jibe more. It depends a little bit on the shift because it's still quite shifty and gusty out here, Andy. And you can see now, especially as well on the tracking, the boats, they're not all going on the same jibe. They go on different jibes, and that's quite unusual because usually the boats, they're all super good sailors, so they won't always sail on the same jibe because they take the same shift and they take the same pressure. But the wind is local here, so some boats have a right shift, some boats have a left shift, and they always want to stay in the gust. And that not always means you need to stay straight. No, you need to adjust your mode and also the angle.
Indeed, just looking at Platoon Aviation then, really, as Louise said, sailed a great downwind so far. Got a slightly lower mode than Preveccia, but looking comfortable now with about 80 or 90 metres on Preveccia. Paprec correspondingly comfortable on Gladiator. And Gladiator have that one boat between them and Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. So net for the day should be the same. I think Gladiator will have maintained their 8-point lead over the day if things stay the same for the circuit standings, with just 4 days of the circuit left this season after today. Platoon Aviation going well. They would love to get a boat between them and Preveza. I wonder whether Paprec can find anything, whether Paprec can get through Preveza. There certainly is a match race on there. Paprec team working hard, trying to get over Preveza, all to the advantage of Platoon Aviation, who are heading in through the finish line. Winners of race 2, the holders of the Royal Cup and the 2023 52 Super Series champions. So a good start to their title defence then for Platoon Aviation. Finished tied on points with Gladiator in Puerto Portals, and in the end Preveza and Paprec splitting, and Preveza getting quite a comfortable third considering how close they were with the Paprec. That's however third for Paprec. Good day or good race for the boats beginning with P. Gladiator getting fourth, and they will have, I think, Allegra between them and Quantum. We think, yeah, Quantum coming in from the left of picture at speed. Quantum getting 6th, then close between Criolla and Sled. Sled have the momentum. It's a pretty solid day for Criolla team in general. Interlude through the line, followed by Teasing Machine, I think. Alpha Plus will be next, or sorry, Interlude were through after Criolla, then Alpha Plus. Interlude 9th, Alpha Plus 10th, Phoenix 11th, Value 12th, and Teasing Machine a distant 13th. So a bit of an up and down day for the French team. So in the end, two pretty good races. Certainly the second was more competitive, more open, and a win for Platoon Aviation. After Phoenix won that first race, Preveza gave them a run for their money almost to the finish line, although Platoon probably sailed the better run. Preveza defending a little bit against Paprec in the end. Gladiator, as I say, putting that boat between them and Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Sled inconsistent today. And Phoenix really being hurt by being over the start line, running back to the start. They were always in a difficult position, or put themselves in a difficult position, being towards the line early and then pushed over the line. So I think Platoon for sure will be happy with their day. Provezza almost certainly. Louise, your thoughts on the day in general? Two interesting races. Two different winners, but looking towards of the circuit title, really a day which ended up even pretty much between Quantum and Gladiator.
Andy, so one thing is sure, if you were a P boat today, you had a good day. Doesn't matter if it was Phoenix, Patrick, Platoon or Provezza, these both had a great day. And it's always about winning the day, not every single race, but you want to win the day, because this is in the end what counts. The more days you win, in the end you will also win the event. So this is about consistency as well. And it was not an easy day. I think Phoenix, unfortunately, just pushed this last start a little bit too much. They were just a bit too early and then couldn't bear away anymore when they realized that they were too early. So then when you're on the back foot in such a complicated race course where you always want to be the first tacking on the shift or sailing towards pressure, there are not a lot of options left. But in general, I think the second race showed a lot more options than the first race, Andy.
Indeed, just looking at the standings then after these first two races of Valencia 52 Super Series Royal Cup, and Provezza then lead the newest boat in the fleet, most recently launched here at King Marine, lead on 6 points. Allegre also built and launched here at King Marine in second, and Platoon Aviation in third. So the 2024 boats 1, 2, 3, then Phoenix in fourth on 12 points, Paprec on 12 points, Criolla, good day for them, pretty consistent in sixth and 14 points. Teasing Machine also new to the circuit in Puerto Portals, the two boats which joined us then, 6th and 7th. Gladiator 12th and a 4th for 16 points for the day. Interlude 16 also, Value 17, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic 17, Sled in 12th and 20, Alpha Plus also on 20. So really, as I say, only 1 point difference over the 2 days, or over the two races between Gladiator and Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. So very much a day, you'd say, of kind of damage limitation between Gladiator and Quantum, not having the best days, but still in a strong position with, as we look towards the end of the season, who's going to win the 52 Super Series 2024, and we move a day closer to the end of the season. So that's our standings after day one. Thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully good breezes, good racing tomorrow. Join us then.